Morning, YouTube. How's it going out there? I'm a developer. I make things. I develop things. I make things a little bit better each time I touch them. Hopefully, sometimes it makes them a little bit worse. The goal is to make everything better. And I share that with you on stream as it applies to my iPhone apps, which is perhaps the traditional sense of the word developer. Thanks so much for tuning in. Today we're working on my Subway app yet again. We're going to do some CI/CD stuff and some Docker stuff. I'm so glad you're here. We're listening to Labby Sifri again today. And I've got some new videos for the Work With Me streams. It's going to be a fun day. So let's post some live now notifications and hop to it. Oh, and I didn't set my channel topic. It's a mess. It is a mess. Yeah, I've been wanting to do these intros because right when you go live, people don't tune in like right away, but this is going to go to YouTube later, so I'm like, let me say something awesome to YouTube that no one else is going to hear. Let's see. Live. Oh, I can just do this on this screen. Live coding in Swift, Docker, Vapor, server side, iPhone, iOS. A little bit of a word salad. I mix it all up, and yeah, trying out the front cam today. I'm having trouble with the side cam over there. And I do want to get chat on stream somehow. Pop out chat. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, it's showing this. I guess I could stop the stream and restart it. Now, let's everything is a gift. Everything is a gift in improv. Cool. So I am using GitLab as my CI. Here's my GitLab thingamajig. And let's bring up gitlab.com. Da 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 da. GitLab. How are you all doing today? I think developing something is loving it. I think there's many different ways to express love and care and attention. And it looks different for everyone. For me, that means improving it. And I've learned that that's not appropriate all the time. There are times when it is inappropriate to suggest suggestions. But I realized the other day, Shaquille O'Neal, the great basketball player who could seemingly at will smash a basketball hoop. Yeah, the first thing he broke probably was not a basketball hoop. I was talking to Spouse B about this. He probably broke a toothbrush first at some point, like when he was 3. And that's, perhaps, not as, it's just not the right not the right form for breaking things, a toothbrush. So yeah, as we develop our gifts, as we understand ourselves, make ourselves bigger, as we grow to help people more, we learn when to hold back our gifts and when to offer them. Okay, so as you can see, here is my Docker file output from the build server. And it looks like we're getting some like not signed stuff. I don't know if this was like a one-time thing because let's just rerun this and then I'll yap. Yappity yap. How do I, oh, here we go. Because like how could that be unsigned? So yesterday I upgraded FQ auth to Swift 5.9. Oh hey Randy, how's it going? Hello. Trying out showing chat on the stream. Yeah, how could it not be verified? Like that doesn't make sense. So yesterday I was working on FQ auth command T. There we go. GitHub sign in. Oh, we got to sign in here. GitHub. How is your weekend going? Never save. Verification. So let's go to FQ auth. So I upgraded this to Swift 5.9 and it's fine. It works. And it has, this Docker file does have an apt-get, but perhaps not an apt-get. No, it does apt-get install. So what is the difference? What is going wrong? So I have foundation. So I have the build Docker file where it's trying to do all this. Maybe it's this non-interactive Debian front end. I do run apt-get update. Yeah, see, it failed already. We got the failure notification already. Yet again. So my thought was maybe it's my build server because the other FQ auth was on GitHub. So maybe there's something right going on GitHub that's not on my build server. So I want to, oh, these are my issues. Okay. I want to create a repo to test this out, to isolate the problem and reproduce it. Docker file study Swift 5.9. Cool. So let's go ahead and make this. Make dir that. CD that. So what we're going to need? We're going to need a Docker file for sure. And let's just copy this on in. Why not? Hey, how's it going, Bitspector? Good to see you. Hope your weekend is going superbly. I'm having an error on my build server building a Docker file, and the error doesn't make sense to me. So I am using kind of using and abusing the free tier of GitHub to see if the problem is in the Docker file or with my build server. Oh, thanks so much for the chill vibes. And thanks for the good vibes. And the smooth vibes. Thank you so much. And we can copy paste from, where is Firefox? We can copy paste from fqauth, I guess. It must be love, a love, a love. Yeah, so build Docker. We don't need to push it, but we can. BitSpectre says, why are there slashes at the end of each line? Yeah, I'll swap back to that in a moment. Let's just copy this over to here. Yeah, so a Docker file is a recipe to music is a touch louder. Oh, thank you so much. There we go. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Perfect. Yeah, at the end of the stream, I turn the music up, and then I forget to turn it back down at the beginning of the next stream, just like I forget to set the stream title every time too. Let's see. Yeah, so a Docker file is a recipe to build a container. And so these are basically shell commands. And to have a multi-line command in a shell, you end each line with a slash. And that makes this just a little bit easier because I'm apt-get installing all these. And if this were all in one line, that would be kind of unreadable, at least for me. And I'm the one reading this. So that's why they have backslashes. Backslashes escapes the next character, and the next character is it's a carriage return. So it makes it all look like it's one line to the interpreter. Let's see. So this is, so it checks out, it makes the metadata. We don't actually need the metadata. We want, say, just to build it. Yeah. BitSpectre says, gotcha. I have never done multiple items in multiple lines. Good to know. Yeah, that kind of works on the command line too. Let's see. What? No, go away. Go away. Just quit. So we can say like tomato, potato? No such file. Oh, we have to echo it. I guess yeah, I guess when I hit enter, it doesn't enter. So, but you can paste that in. I guess this demo is not going so great. But yeah, it does work for scripting. Okay, so we don't need that business. We don't even need to log in, I guess. But what we do need is that build command. So don't push. And does this have any dependencies? It's just, no, it just runs apt-get. That's where I'm failing. And I'm going to try to apt-get install these things. And I guess we can, yeah, align this way. Where does the width go? Okay, width needs to come back 2 more spaces. There we go. Yeah, we don't need to log in. We're just checking out and pushing. So git status. Oh, git init. Is it -m or -b? Git init initial branch. Oh, I guess dash. So what's the difference between? Oh, I guess it's b or. Okay, there's the or there. So git init -b trunk. No, I didn't mean to do that. That's not how you spell trunk. Because all my projects are little trees. Git add dot git commit. Try to build this. And then we can't git push because we need to set the remote. So here we can git add remote. Oops. Paste that and git push. And then do we need to turn actions on, or are those like here? Oh, it is queued. And it is doing things. It looks like it might be well, let's see what happens. Like this shouldn't be failing in this way on my build machine. Okay, well, it completely works fine on GitHub. So it must be a problem with my machine. We even did a rebuild and it still couldn't find these things. The exact error is the repository is not signed. Okay, so let's Google this, I guess. Apparently my root partition was full already. Okay. I guess I will need to clear some space. It's got a large hard drive, this build server. I'm not sure why it is full already. Oh, yeah, the Docker machine gets full pretty quickly. Now we're going to run these commands that are suggested here. Just get this. Let's just get this laptop a little bit closer. I should figure out how to share this screen, huh? So I guess I can show my face again. Oh, I'm like floating in the air. That's funny. Oh, it got super small. That's weird. Randy says you're building a part of your project in a container instead of your Mac. Yes, because to run on the server, I'm using Kubernetes, and I'm using containers on in. I'm deploying my containers to a Kubernetes cluster, which is not my Mac. It's a shared servers upstairs in the cloud. There we go. Still super tiny. Okay, there's a little bit better. Gotta look for a bit, so behind with the horse stuff. Stupid snow blowing, putting me behind. That'll do it. Okay, so let's run these commands here. I've got the build laptop here in front of me. Someday soon I'll have this showing. I know that another streamer that I chat with, he's got this all. He like VPNs over to his to his build server so he can show that on screen. Okay, so Docker system prune Docker system df. Yeah, this is something I've been meaning to make part of my build server, of like cleaning out the extra containers. And I haven't yet. Can you just SSH into the other machine? I probably could, but I'd need to like set that up, and it literally is just an extra laptop. So I don't have any of that set up yet. Docker image prune. Docker container prune. Randy says, this is very cool. Someday I need to learn more about Docker. Yeah, it's pretty good for what it does. I mean, there's many different philosophies out there, but I guess what I do like about Docker is that Spectre says, running away before I get myself more distracted. Yeah, Vagrant, Randy says, I messed with Vagrant way back when, but not Docker. Yeah, Vagrant is a full VM, whereas Docker is a little bit more lightweight, which I like. And what I run locally is what is running on my Kubernetes cluster. So it's the exact same image. There we go. Reclaimed 76 gigabytes of space. Okay, so that said, let's run this one more time. 76 is a lot of gigabytes, so hoping that that'll do it. Randy says, so like your server-side stuff is on Docker. Yeah. Sorry for the 1,000 questions, says Randy. No, this is a developer stream. Questions are expected. I mean, we're literally watching builds run, so this is a perfect time for questions, actually. Yeah, I need to... What kind of drawing programs do we have? I think I have Pixelmator. Da 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 do 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 do. Yeah, so if we have a square, so you can say this is our... Oh, that text is huge. That's even bigger. So we have our Vapor app. There we go, make this bigger. So we have our Swift code. And then we have our Mac, and we have Docker. Oops. Maybe that should be a different background color. And then let's make some circles and arrows. Man, this is so tedious. Let's try to do this in Obsidian, because that has a little bit nicer circles and arrows. Oh wait, new canvas. So add note, add drag to add a card. Okay, so we have our Vapor code, which is Swift. And then we have our Mac, and we have our Docker image. We can drag from here to here. So those both build. You can build and run, and then the Docker image, we can run that. Can run that directly on the server. Can run that directly on the server using Docker, or let's close Pixelmator. Thank you, Pixelmator, for being around, but this is not your time. Or we can run it in Kubernetes, and of course, these are all on a server in the cloud. And I guess a Mac kind of goes down here at this level. So we can run our Vapor code directly on a Mac. We can build a Docker image and then run that in Docker. Or we could run that in Kubernetes, which will actually run it on Docker for us. Is this more helpful or less helpful? I guess, yeah, Kubernetes does offer more indirection, I guess, because it's doing a lot of orchestration for us. I guess there's also Docker Compose is like another way to do it. Yeah, so we can draw all this out Yeah, this is starting to become, I think this is becoming helpful. Although we have 3 different Dockers here, which I guess that's fine for this diagram. Yeah, maybe we should come up the side. There we go. Randy says, and you can run the Docker container on your Mac as well if you want to test locally. Yes, I could. I've been having trouble with that on M1s, especially for the size of my project, which is why my build server is a Intel, an Intel Mac. And I could have sold this laptop and like paid for CI credits, like to build it on GitHub or GitLab. But the amount of times like I want to build, it made more sense to just keep the laptop like it's here. It's going to last more than a year. And even under some plans, the amount of money I would get for selling the laptop just wouldn't. Yeah, just made sense to keep the laptop and use it as a build server. I haven't tested running Docker on my Mac in a while, so it might be fine now. The biggest biggest problem is my hard drive is super tiny or super full with all of the, with Final Cut Pro, with OBS, with all the stuff I'm doing. So I just don't have room on my hard drive to also run Docker. So I can't even say if Docker is like fixed now for M1 or not. I know for some people it is. They're not having the issues I'm having. I don't know if their projects are smaller or if Docker for Mac has improved. All of those things could be true. Thanks for trying out for me. Of course. Hey, what's up? Okay, I guess nothing is up right now. Where would Vagrant go on here? I actually haven't used Vagrant, but it's more of like a full virtual machine. I guess you're like copying this. So my understanding is that Vagrant goes here, and then you have another server in the cloud where you're running your Vagrant code. Something like that. Which one should you use? Obviously, that depends on what you're interested in doing. For me, I'm a huge fan of Kubernetes. Perhaps one day I'd like to try out Nomad. Nomad is built by the same people that made Vagrant and Terraform, so that makes me curious about it. But Kubernetes just has so much community support, and I already know it. And I already have so many other things that I'm doing. But yeah, I like Kubernetes. Docker Compose, it's just not as full featured as Kubernetes, which maybe that's a plus for you. It is nice for doing stuff locally, but it's also a little annoying. I don't know. I don't have a fully expressed opinion on Docker Compose. I have never used Docker Compose in prod, whereas Kubernetes I have used in production, so have many other people. Okay, so we can see that this got past the error. Yeah, it was able to access archive.ubuntu. We didn't get that same error that said it was unsigned. So that's great. So I guess what we need to do is to prevent this from happening again in the future is we want to periodically clean out everything, or when we're done with a build, clean out everything. like on fail or on success. Clean out the old containers. Yeah, I guess you'll notice we have a build container step and we have a verify container step. Because after I build all these containers, I do want to kind of just put them through their paces, make sure everything's working as expected so that I can confidently deploy to production. Now, build containers is the longest step out of all of these. So perhaps I do want to kind of split it up a little bit. But then that means, yeah, because I got this other laptop lying around that I could possibly use for another build server, but I don't have that set up yet. So I guess, pipeline schedules. Oh, because like every week I could prune the system. I guess if that happens in the middle of a build, though, that would be bad. Well, what are the options here? This is just going to be like run it. Whereas I guess what I would want is like if we haven't run a job, like make sure a job's not running, then do this to clean everything out. Alternatively, we could try to do it like after the verify step, clean everything out. I guess that might make more sense. Okay, so we don't need you anymore. There's definitely going to be stuff in here that we don't actually need. We can get to that later. I added a bunch of this stuff because I was so confused by the error. It's just hard drive is full. I should have just Googled the error first. There's so many times where I try to fix an error and I'm like, I learned that I should have just Googled first to see what other people have bumped in the error have said. Let me see. So here's build containers. Here's verify containers. Yeah, I guess we could like prune, I guess. What happens if I have multiple builds running at the same time? I mean, I guess that's one benefit of paying for a CI system that someone else maintains is you don't have to worry about this because they give you a fresh computer every single time. And of course, there's benefits and there's trade-offs there too, because I don't have to download the entire internet every time I run a build. There's stuff cached on the computer. I can access it directly, literally by putting my hands on it. So there's benefits there. But yeah, I guess it's important to say, like, in this situation, having a computer on my desk is good. In this other situation, having a build server that someone else maintains would be easier. And maybe I don't want to prune the system. I just want to prune the containers that were built, I guess. Where is, okay. Oh, my head is in front of chat. Okay, sorry about that. I guess we could just delete the containers that are part of that commit. So if I go back onto the build server here, and I say Docker images. Yeah, I could probably run a little script to clean up by a tag. Clean up Docker by git tag. You can only use Docker using only Docker filtering. Wildcards are matched like paths. That mean if your image ID is my company, my project, and star won't match it, but star/star will. See the GitHub issue for description. Anyway, this is working on make file. Oi, oi, oi. So I did a Docker prune and there's still all this stuff. Oh yeah, let's wait for this build to build. Oh, this should fail because it's using 5.8. I've tried to upgrade stuff to 5.9. We'll see what happens. Guess we could search for 5.8. Oh, and this is so nice that I have CI set up now, is I can confidently like make changes like this, like, and I know that I have everything everything's gonna build. I know everything's gonna build, so I'll get feedback if something broke or not. Okay, that's just SVG stuff. Do. This is super old. I need to delete that at some point, I guess. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't touch this. This is something that is so old. It was a proof of concept that I did that I do want to reference, and I don't want to have to find again, but I don't want to maintain either. I guess I could separate it out into a different repository or something. But while we're doing this, we can also check on exactly what the error was. Yeah, it's because we're on Swift 5.8, missing return method. That is new in Swift 5.9, where the return statement is implied. Let's see. I want to filter out not SVGs, not PDFs, I guess. None of the following are true. Ends with .svg. .pdf. Are there any other file types that we can ignore? I guess so. And then let's enable that filter. The web app. What's everybody been working on? What's everybody improving in their lives? I guess what I've been working on is sometimes chores feel rather chory, but they're things that I get to do to improve my life. Like I get to give myself clean laundry, and that's pretty cool. I get to give myself a cleaner house. I get to make my house better. Now, which exactly was this error? This was in Dockerfile. Yes, we know that. Which Dockerfile? Swapping back to the build server here, or to the build output. Which Dockerfile was this? This was... I know we did a full find and replace for Swift 5.8, but I just kind of want to double check. Oh, this is web app. So let's open up web app / Dockerfile. Yes, we have 5.9, 5.9. These are all things we don't need to care about. XML, these are not Swift. Okay. And then we can just go ahead and turn off that filter, set it back so it's fine for next time. Oh, I guess one little thing that I should think about before committing is this GitLab CI YAML. Do I really want to do this right now? Yes, let's try it. I guess one problem with this is if build containers fails, this will never run way down here in the after script for verify containers. So I suppose that's one motivation to maybe merge these into one step. So it'll like build everything, verify everything all in one step, and then clean up after itself. I guess what's keeping me from doing that is I don't want to. I mean, I want to leave the door open for me to be able to like build multiple containers at the same time, since this is the longest step of the build. Randy says, yeah, I guess I'm trying to be more mindful of things like chores and cleaning laundry. I find that gets me out of my head and more grounded. It does seem to bring more joy to the activity. Right on. That's awesome. Look at us improving the world. From the Moon by the Sea says, Paka Pikachu. Something like that. How is your weekend going from the Moon by the Sea? We are fixing builds. I upgraded some stuff to Swift 5.9, and my build server was not happy about it because it ran out of space. So we cleaned up some space here, and we're running it again. Yeah, I guess there's like a bunch of stuff to clean up because yeah, should each thing be built every single time? I guess something as basic as my Swift, my base image. I feel like keeping that around between builds would help things go faster, and this hardly ever changes. So it's like, oh, when I upgrade to Swift 5.9, I know it's time to like reset things. Maybe. Let's see. So while that is building, what is the next step? Where's my to-do list? Oh yeah, I wanted to update my verify script because a few weeks ago on stream, we finished the new version of the backend, and I didn't add verification for it yet. So yeah, we can go ahead and do that. SPX verify. Yeah, so right now, you can see I'm running a bunch of Docker containers directly. And I suppose what I want to do is, do I make like verification 2 or verification new? Probably want to keep this around. I don't want to just like delete this right now. Yeah, let's make a new target. Verify 2. Yeah, just verify 2. Keep it simple. So let's close to the right. Okay, let's move this to the left. Cool. Why not? And what we doing? Yeah, we have a chance to like improve our shit here. Like we can use we can use the argument parser instead of doing stuff kind of in a silly way like this. Oh man, I guess that was a lot. I got tired all of a sudden. Yeah, it feels good to like get a lot done, but then you get a little tired. Let's see. I'm still planning to stream till 5 p.m., so at least another 2 hours. But I guess we did just go 1 hour pretty straight here. Yeah, maybe I'll step away for 5, which means do I have a BRB? What does this look like? Be right back. Be right back at 3:05. It's 3:08. Where are you? I'm right here. Did you type that as I was sitting down? Yeah, it's still 3:08. Lol, lol. How's the horses going? I sent it as soon as it hit 3:08. Gotta get your money's worth, you know? I get it. When I call my therapist, I call him right on the dot. 59 o'clock dial. Horses are horses. See, so I guess this is still compiling. Should write down some tasks. Because there was we want to clean up the images after a build. There was how often should we build the base containers? Well, I guess they build every time anyway because it's part of the script. And then we also started building the second version of Verify. Let's see, where's the to-do list? Let's add this stuff in so we can cross off Swift 5.9 on the server. We can add in clean up containers after build, better tagging, tag everything with git sha, not just the published containers. Yeah, all these are pretty important. BitSpectre says, so very tired, moving slowly. Well, it is not the, well, it is the weekend, so this is a great time for chilling out. BitSpectre says, I need the raging energy music, though, to get stuff done, so back to working right on. Weekends don't exist for farm folk. Oh, yeah, my granddad would say things like that. He said that the cows need to get milked at the same time anyway, no matter what daylight savings was on or off. And I agree with him. I really don't like daylight savings. But I do like this song. Or streamers. Well, I do take Saturdays off. And wonder how everybody's doing because I don't see you on Saturdays. On Saturdays, I'm like editing or filming B-roll, or I have some new video for the Work With Me streams that needs to get edited out. Thanks. Okay. Well, this is what we started, so let's just stay with this task. So the first thing we do is we make sure we can get the MTA key, and it looks like we're getting it in one of two ways. That's fine for a verification script. I think I did it this way so that I could run it easily from the CI or by typing it kind of manually. And then what else do we do? We get the tag from the command line arguments. I do want to use Swift argument parser because it is so good. Import argument parser. And then what does our package Swift look like? Do we have argument parser? We do. Okay, so let's add in our executable target. I guess it's verify 2. We're going to try to not use empath here. Let's see. What did I just say? Oh yeah, argument parser, which is this long style. I get it, but it's so big. And it's verified 2. So now if we say SPX verify 2, we should see a little something something. Oh, we had our first community night this past Thursday. That was a ton of fun. Folks are saying looking forward to the next one. I don't have a next one planned quite yet. I'm not sure how often to do it, like every other week, once a month, every week, or I guess all options. So it looks like I init it with the MTA key and the tag and just kind of go off to the races here. But I guess if I'm using argument parser, then what is it? It's parsable command. Then it's not main, it's run. And it's not static. So we don't self-init. And I guess it's var tag. Yeah, I guess this is a string. And then what do we say? We call this argument help the tag of the Docker images to verify. I guess that's one way of saying it. Yeah, I guess we could return the MTA key here. And if it's missing, then we can throw an error. Oh, I guess this will error anyway out. This will error out anyway if it's missing. Yeah, so I guess the first step will be grab MTA key. And let's just print the tag. Let's see what happens. Make sure this is working. SVX verify 2. Did you mean to use try? I did. Guess that's one benefit of using Xcode. Maybe we should swap to Xcode. There we go. And then if I do pass in something, if I say, I don't know, 1.0, why not? So it didn't get that. Is it not parsing the arguments? That is fascinating. Running target verify 2. Usage verify. What if I call this verify 2? Does it really need to match up that strictly? Okay, so yeah, we didn't pass in an argument. Here we did, and we're getting the same help messages? That doesn't make sense. Have I not used argument parser with SPX before? I must have. What if we just print? Like, what is going on? Yeah, we're not seeing anything. Even though we passed in an argument. Why is this not parsing? So if I run this directly, yeah, unexpected argument. This is so weird. So we take off this. So no arguments. Just printing hello. This is weird. Oh, I wonder if it was the async. Okay. Let's put the argument back in. Okay. So I guess it was, oh, right. Yeah. Because I think to do async here, it's async parsable command. So just printing hello, printing the tag that comes in, async for the async parsable command. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I wish there was a better messaging around that, because that felt a little silly. Verifying. Tag. Cool. Yeah, we're not going to actually be able to run the script here. But speaking of actually running it, let's check on how this is going. Perhaps hit the refresh button. All kinds of green. That's great. Just waiting for, of course, the longest one. Yeah, so the first thing we need to do is spin up some databases. Is that true? This doesn't seem to be spinning up databases. This is just running them directly, running the commands directly. Oh, right. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, in the in setup is where I set it all up. This is where I set up all the databases. Okay. Yeah, this is just the verify step. Yeah, so the first thing we want to do is fetch. And I suppose that means, yeah, we're not verifying that fetch works. We're verifying that the Docker container that runs fetch works. So to start, oh, did I not package up the new CLI? I just realized that. So yeah, here's the old one. And does this have a Docker file? It does not. Okay. that would be a thing. Okay. So sometimes we are farther along than we think we are. Other times we are less far than we think we are. Okay. Yeah, so we need to first package this up as a Docker component so that we can run it. It will be pretty close to what we have here. But this will be the CLI version, the version 2. And I don't know if we're going to need this file or not in the new one. Yeah, so even though it's all packaged in one Docker file, you can see that there's very many executables in here. And with the rewrite, it's all just one executable, which is going to be easier to run for testing and potentially easier to run for hopefully a smaller image in production as well. Yeah, it is slim. And we can copy it over, kind of in the same way we did in the other one. So you can see it looks at the where it gets built to and just copies it from. This is a multi-step Docker build. Fixed. Yo, GitLab just emailed me that it's fixed. Does that mean that verify passed also? Fantastic. And it reclaims back 4 gigabytes of space. Cool. So let's go back over here. So what is the name of the executable that gets built? Let's take a peek at what it is on Mac. Does that mean we have to do a release build? It might. It should be just kitchen CLI for now. Does that executable exist as debug? It does. Okay, yeah, so that's most likely the name. And all we do is copy it over. And then I also package up some health check scripts so that Kubernetes can make sure that these are still going. I don't use Kubernetes cron tasks because they're not guaranteed to run at a particular moment. And for how fast I'm polling and all that, I kind of manage it all myself, which is fine. So let's see how I can copy these over. The goal is to completely delete this kitchen directory at some point. DJ ABBA 98, how's it going? Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday wherever you're at. I guess we'll copy these first because these are less likely to change. I mean, these are basically never going to change, whereas obviously this will. And that's the order that you want to build your Docker file, is stuff that doesn't change first, and then your code kind of last. So I'll update the directory name. And can we do column? Oh, we can do column in this game. Awesome. Okay, so we have our Docker file now for our version 2 of the server. So let's go ahead and add that to our build. Actually, I guess we can copy this over. Be inspired by our own selves. And look at that, so easy. Was that last stream we did this, or 2 streams ago? We consolidated all our Docker building libraries. We actually don't need this. Okay, so we have the Docker file written. We have the Docker script for that particular component or module, whatever you want to call it. Leaf. So now in our CI script, oh, that's for Swift and Xcode. Build Docker images, this one. And that should be all we need to do. Yes, I do have SPX calling out to SPX in a different directory just to build everything. We could probably do some thinking to improve that. But I guess what I do like about it is that each thing is still kind of independent. I don't need to build everything just to build the web app, for example. I can just go to the web app directory and run SPX Docker and it's fine. Okay, so that will happen, yeah, inside here. And then, yeah, I guess I'll have 2 separate ones. Or it should all be part of the same one. Well, I guess we don't need to verify the old one is set. We don't need that one anymore. So maybe we'll comment it out. Yeah, copy, paste, modify, and then comment the older one out. We don't actually want to run this one because we're going to be deleting it soon. Yeah, there we go. I guess it's not verify containers, it's verify container. It's just because it's all just one now. The backend that makes the feed. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I really want to split this up because yeah, all this other stuff just gets so slow. I guess we can comment this other stuff out for now because we know this stuff works. And further, our build Docker script, we can just run the one that we want. We don't want to build that anymore. I guess we'll still build the foundation stuff, but we don't need to build a website and web app right now. Let's just slim it down. Build containers. Build just the new kitchen CLI container and build it and verify it. I mean, we know verify is going to fail. This is more to just get early warning on everything else working fine. Or maybe it won't fail. It's just, it's not actually, we're not really doing anything interesting here. Okay, so let's do something interesting here. Yeah, I made a little helper. Run this. Where is this defined? If I do it in Xcode, I can command click on it. Oh, it's right here. Okay. So let's see. This is going to be kitchen CLI, and then this will also be kitchen CLI. And I guess the args is going to be, I guess, everything else. Oh, I guess the name is helpful to make sure that it's a different container. Is that really, do we really care about that though? I don't think we care about that. So this becomes unused. can give it a better name though, so it's not just like run. Okay, so tag is there. This we can define. What did I call it? Those are beautiful names. Why not? Okay, so I guess the first one is to fetch. Oh, I guess we can pass in the MTA key. That's fine. Although it's going to be a little annoying to like type this in every single time though. It's kind of a distraction, right? Like, because not every single, only the fetches that are contacting the MTA servers need the API key. We don't need to do this every single time. Gonna have to remember how we do this. But we can run this locally at least. We can go to the kitchen CLI. We can say Swift run. It'll build, and we'll get. This is also the nice thing about the CLI is that because I'm using argument parser, it reminds me how to run it. So we can say, yes, I want to fetch. I want to fetch a group. I want to fetch to Redis, because this is supposed to be a kind of a real world verify. And I want to fetch, I need to fetch all of these. Yeah, this is expected. I'm not passing the API key, and I don't have Redis running. So a couple reasons why it's failing. So this is a little verbose, but this is just a verify script, I guess. So I think I'm okay with it being a little verbose. Looks like there's 4 of them. Arrivals, alerts, and web, and command tab one more time. The escalator and elevator alerts. E, escalator and elevator. Yeah, I don't want these to be decoded. Maybe I should make these static then, so it's clear. There we go. No. Now the argument parser knows not to try to decode those. Let me just add capital self here to get to the static variables. Okay, so we do the fetches, and then we need to do a couple transforms most likely. Yeah, you can see the old versions here of those four fetches. Then we have 3 transforms: close stations, elevator, and escalator, and then the main one. And of course, this will be expanding. We have all kinds of exciting plans. But for now, instead of fetch, let's go to not transfrom. Yep, and we have the same 3 here. So this will just copy these on in. So it's going to be transform. Yeah, again, only the top 4 actually need the key. These last 3 don't. We could clean it up, or we could not care about it. Both are viable and valuable options. I think that should do it. Oh, and then yeah, we do the fetches, do the transforms, and we need to pretend that we serve this up and verify that the feed was created that we expect. The verify part of the verify script. So I run xz directly. But I don't want to just dump this in here like I did over there. I want to pull out a function. What might we call this? Serve up feed. Like, I guess our feed? Yeah, I guess fetch underway feed? Yeah. And this, of course, can throws. We move these to static variables, so we'll put the self dot out in front. Yeah, we could start up the web app and like hit that. That might be a thing to do instead of going through the Redis. But that might be an improvement for later. Let's add that to our to-dos. The to-do list is in the subscriber-only section of Discord. Okay. So we fetched the underway feed, and then we went to, I guess, verify counts. Like, we want to make sure that there's a bunch of arrivals there. We want to make sure that there's, a bunch of alerts. There's always alerts, so that's, fine for CI. And this we can just copy over from what we had before. There's nothing too exciting we need to redo here. Although sometimes there aren't empty stops, so is empty is allowed. But let's put a space here. Okay, so we have like a couple stanzas here. I guess this kind of belongs with these verifies. Okay, let's see how our build has done, or if it's still going. It failed. Okay, what was the failure? Copy requires at least 2 arguments. Oh, I think that was just a missed copy paste, not anything too exciting. Let's take a look. Yeah. And then what it's maybe supposed to look like is, oh, I see. I didn't copy all of it. I didn't even run the build. Wow. A couple things missing there. And we say thank you, CI, for finding our mistakes. There we go. This makes a lot more sense. If we extend our window, that way we see the whole line. There we go. Yeah, we just change our worker to build for release. Okay, let's check this in and see how we did. And what are we going to say we did? I guess version 2 of the verify script. Yeah, that was like the main thing we did. I'm not sure if it makes sense to split this into 2 commits. We did make a change in this file. I'm not sure if it makes sense to put it in the commit message. I guess I tend to skip over it when I do things like that. I guess that makes my commit messages a lower quality. It's like such a small change. Okay, and while that is building, what do we got on the to-do list? Oh, the idea that the verify script could run the API app. Let's see. I guess we shouldn't do CI tasks while CI is still running. That is gonna is gonna complicate things. Randy says, "Yeah, I struggle to know what's best to put for commit messages, especially if I am committing often. Yeah, and especially for a solo project. So, I tend not to look at my commit messages because I know they're crap, and then I make them crap because I know I don't look at them. It's kind of perhaps a downward cycle." If I made them better, perhaps I would look at them more. Hard to say though, right? I don't want to like do extra work for myself if it's not going to benefit me. Randy says, "Yeah, sometimes I just want to get the code up there and move on." Yeah. Yeah, all that time put into a commit message is time that CI is not running, for example. Okay, well, I guess we do have an iOS task we can work on, which will be great because we can leave the CI stuff to the CI world. Ooh, that covers the whole screen. So we were thinking on our new subscription screen. Be nice to put a little feedback button. We have feedback buttons elsewhere in the app, and because we just put out a new tier, it would be nice to get feedback on it. To put a feedback button there. We're hoping or expecting folks will have opinions. So let's see. I guess let's run the app and take a peek at what it looks like now, and then we'll find a place to put the button and then put the button in. And meanwhile, CI will be CIing away. Just waiting for the simulator to come up. Guess we can get this ready. Yes, that'll be the reading for later. But for now, yes, we have Underway Pro, Underway Friend, and Add Free. Yeah, maybe a little, oh, we got to do this on like a baby screen too. Because it's like, oh, look at all this room. But wait a minute, this is like newer phone, it's a bigger screen size. Here's a baby phone. Which I guess means building building the app all over again. So it goes. CI is still building away. Oh, that was quicker. Oh, there's still quite a bit of room here. Scroll for cheaper plans. This doesn't really look like a button, does it? Like, so where would we put a feedback button? Down here? Next to unsubscribe? Oh, login required. Okay. If I put it down here, no one's going to see it, right? Like, it's like terms of your privacy policy, folks just going to tune out. But I guess we still want the focus to be on the features that you get and the buy button. And also, hey, there's other stuff here too. We kind of imply that there's more to scroll with this kind of the slashy line here. No, I'm not signing in on a simulator. Maybe like in between the features. Let's see. Background view, page control. And then is this a collection view? It is. Oh, here's the layout. Then I think I make the spacers like all the same size or something. Yeah, equal heights. Okay. Okay, so we've put it in between the features list and the buy button. We also have to add a, what's it gonna look like? What does our other feedback buttons look like? So I think we have one in settings. Yeah, report a bug. It's like email us. And I think we have a feedback button here too. And we do get emails here. Pipeline failed. Okay, I guess we'll swap back to that. Import system. No module system found. Really? 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 Okay, well, let's take a look. I think that means we have to close. Yeah, can't have too many Xcodes open at the same time that share libraries, which is really annoying. So the error was on import system. This was the one that failed. Let's see, let's close all these sources for now. And let's look at our package.swift. We don't have a system library here. Okay, so usually this system library is available, and because we're on Mac, it's just there. But on Linux, the system library doesn't come built in. So luckily, we do have a way to handle this. Apple did make a system library that we can use on Linux. Let's see, Apple Swift GitHub system. I think this will find it. It did. It's multi-platform, not cross-platform. So they call it system package, which is different from system. So this might not work, I guess. Oh, this goes in dependencies. Do we have other Apple stuff? We do. Let's put it near the other Apple stuff. And then let's again add the product. Just right here at the end is fine. Yeah, I think I can remove we should check that too. I'm making like a couple changes at the same time here. So if we say Swift test, let's see what happens. And I believe that on a Mac, this just, I don't know if it's re-implemented or it like calls out to the regular one. Okay, it passed. Perfect. So then instead of import system, you can say import system package, and this should just work. Let's see, let's hit Command U to run all the unit tests. Build succeeded. That's a great start. This might fail, and if that's the case, we'll run it on the command line. Oh, it succeeded. Well, let's also run it on the command line. Why not? Swift test. It's not used in any target. Okay. Randy says, when you are not streaming, do you still talk through things out loud? With my emotions and like my thoughts, yes. With my code, If I'm working with someone, yes. I don't know. I guess not as much. That's one of the reasons why I started streaming, is because I do think that talking through things out loud activates different parts of your brain and helps you see what you're doing. Um, that's one of the principles behind pair programming and rubber ducking. And I did a lot of pair programming very early in my career for like 8 years or so before I went freelancing. Um, I'm surprised I'm not using this though. I wonder if I can remove it. So when I transform, when I export, oh, did I not finish the export? I guess that's why I'm not using it. Okay. I'm not as done with this as I thought. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Well, that would be an important thing to do. We can't verify if we're not actually writing any tables out. I saw the file just sitting there and I got excited. I thought it was done already. Okay, this we can probably yoink from the old one. Let's see what it looks like. Do 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 do. Yeah, look at all this stuff. Yeah, here's the import for it. Okay. So if we copy this paste, I guess there is kind of a bunch of stuff going on here that we might not need or would be nice to redo. Let's see. I do like this API. What do I have in the other one? It needs a connection param, a thread pool, an event loop group. Oh my. Non-blocking file IO. Yeah, this is going to be this might be a little funky. But I guess I should write it down in my to-do as we didn't do it. So the feed is in the shape of a SQLite database that gets downloaded by the app. And so what this exporter is doing is it writes the SQLite database to the file system, and then it compresses it, and then it stores it into Redis to be ready to be served up by the web app. Whew, not gonna lie, this is gonna be a big task, and I do feel a little sad that this isn't done already. This is going to be annoying to rewrite. Because I guess, version 2 of the transform, not only is it cleaner code overall, but we use async await. And this is in event loop future style. So there might be some converting to do. Let's see, who creates this thing? Let's see, let's close other tabs. Oh, this is the new one. Oh my goodness. And then this one, where's this one used? Yeah, we create it and export it. ECPC. Well, I guess no way to it but to do it, right? So the first thing that we do is, all right, because we used to export all kinds of stuff. Now we only care about the underway feed kind of explicitly as we've grown. So that's fine. So we're going to write this. So this is, whoa, was I able to just command click this? And didn't really find what it was supposed to, but yeah, so first we write it out to a SQLite database. And yeah, one thing at a time. Let's see, can we make this async throws? So I guess I need the SQLite connection source. I think this is from Vapor, if I am not mistaken, which means adding, okay, we have SQLite kit here. In our package.swift, we have SQLite kit. We do. Did this version use SQLite kit? It did. Yeah, let's just yoink all these. we don't need 2 foundations. Don't need 2 of those. And we're not gzipping anymore, actually. No such module feed data. I guess that's true. We compressed a lot of things. So do we have this now? Cool, in SQLite, perfect. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't my own code. So it wants a thread pool and a configuration. Are there async alternatives? So this is 4.3. I guess let's go to it on GitHub. Let's see what's going on over there. I think it's Vapor / SQLite hyphen kit or regular kit? Hyphen kit. And our latest is 4.42. Whereas I am using okay, so I'm on 4. .41. Okay, so not that far off, but let's go ahead and up a data. Job failed. Oh, we had another import system. Oh, okay. Import system. Let's get all of these. This is what it should be. Whoa. Okay, I guess let's comment this out for now just so we can get it building. Extraneous, okay. Cannot convert value of type file path to expected type string. Really? That is unfortunate. This is unexpected. But let's try it out. We have CI. I need to look at this. What is going on? So this is in which system is this? Swift system. I don't see that string. Oh, here we go. File path. And then do we have string off here? We can edit it with a platform string. I guess I'm looking for that getter that we're calling description string decoding self. This property is equivalent to calling creates a string by interpreting the path's content as a UTF-8 on Unix and UTF-16 on Windows. Okay, so what is what do you do? Hey Tukes, how's it going? We're doing good. Having some fun with Swift. It's just converting the path to a string. Yeah, but I guess I'm curious about the details. I don't want to just I guess I'm using these for the details that they're providing. So if there's a change, I want to know for sure what the details are. What type of keyboard are you using? Asks Tukes. Oh, I love this question. I talk about it on my website, fullqdeveloper.com/keyboard. Here is a picture of my keyboard. Where's the camera? Up here? And a top-down view of my keyboard. I have using a trackpad right now. And all the components are listed here. So I guess the main thing is from here, the corner low profile. So yes, so there's open source keyboards. People have made so many keyboards, and you can build them yourself with 3D printing. You can. That's a little spicy for me. Board Source, I've bought a couple keyboards from, and they've been great. They actually have this new one, which is what I would recommend if you're starting out. Yes, it's a mechanical low profile Tukes. I recommend one of these two, the Unicorn low profile. That isn't a lot of buttons. Yeah, about 6 times 3 is 18, plus 3 is 21, times 2 is 42 keys. Yeah. And then you can get switches. You can get keycaps. So yeah, my keys don't have caps, which is easier for memorizing new layouts. Use a lot of shortcuts, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I guess there's this blog post here kind of talks about it. Let's see, open image in new tab. So I have 3 more keys on each side here, but as you can see, this is like all the keys possible. So the intention is all modifiers go on one hand, and then you press the actual key on the other hand. So if you long hold on these keys here, it'll be like shift, and then you can tap on the other hand like S, and you'll get a capital S. Was it hard to switch to that kind of keyboard when you buy it? After about a week, I knew it was definitely going to work for me. After about a month, I felt comfortable, and yeah, just get more and more comfortable every day. It's been a couple of years now. I had to. My wrists were really bothering me. Like I couldn't use a normal keyboard anymore without pain. Like I took some days off work. It was that bad. I had a regular Apple Magic Keyboard before that. So you can see there's very little movement. Your fingers are not stretching. your fingers aren't stretching. At most, they're going like up a key or like down a key. Same thing with the thumbs. Yeah, what's weird about standard keyboards is your thumb is like so flexible. It's like one of the things that makes us interesting as humans compared to, say, horses. But the thumb only does the spacebar. So here it does a little bit more things. Like it activates the symbols layer, or it activates the navigation layer. Tuke says, "Oh, I like that one. What do you think of the Magic Keyboard compared to low profile?" I just can't use the Magic Keyboard anymore because of my wrists. Like, I don't even want to do it. But like your wrists are like just turned at such a weird angle, and then they have to like go flat. Whereas on my keyboard, you can see that it's there's feet on it, so it tilts at a tent, so it's a more natural wrist angle. And I use it for gaming too, by the way, which is great because you know if there's two halves, so you just kind of put one half to the side, and then you can get your game on. Yeah, I love talking about this. But yeah, if you're getting started, I recommend the board source Unicorn. Let's see, let's configure one real quick. Let's dream big. Okay, so I guess we'll use the gray one since all the other ones are out of stock. Extra plates. No, we don't need extra plates. Add-ons. We can add a screen. So one side. And we definitely want the tenting legs. And do we want a joystick? Why not? If I was going to buy this, I would buy a joystick because I'm curious how it would be. I haven't used one, so I don't know if I would like it or not. And I don't need the USB cables. Switches. If I was to buy switches, I do have the perps. I love the perps for gaming. They're also okay for working. Yeah, I mean, this is just like everything about keyboards is like what works for you, for your wrists. Your wrists are different than mine. Your fingers are different than mine. So it's going to be a lot of experimentation. I went through, as you can see on my blog, I went through one, two, three. I went through 3 keyboards before settling on the one I have now. This is just about the layout and how I discovered the layout and used it on the Soffle. I don't know how to pronounce it. I think it's French though. Souffle. And then this has a lot more keys. Yeah, I even blogged about the board source Unicorn when it came out because it's like, I think it's going to be a really cool improvement for folks new to fancy keyboards. Cool. Please ask more questions if you have them, but I'm going to look at this code while you think about it. The content of the file path isn't well-formed Unicode string. This means depending on the semantics. Depending on the semantics of the specific file system, conversion to a string and back to a path might result in a value that's different from the original path. And it decoding. With platform string. Again, what does it do? Error correcting platform string. C string. null terminated UTF-8. I think that means it's just going to do what I want it to do. Do I have to go through URL? Does data have contents of, no, that's contents of URL. See, does file path have a read or something on it? No, this is just for like managing the path. Kind of wish it had like reading stuff on it. Components, parsing, string, syntax, windows. File operations, do we have read inside of here? We have open. We have close. We have seek. Reads bytes into a buffer. What kind of a buffer? Renamed seek. Okay. Read into buffer unmutable or unsafe mutable raw buffer pointer. Yeah, I think I'm going to skip on that. I'm going to go with with what I have, which is reading from an URL. Okay. Well, I guess instead of is there a way to check if it exists? Exists? No. It's just weird that it doesn't like throw an error or anything. Build succeeded. I guess I should test this out, right? Unexpected argument sample. Fetch one sample. Here we go. Looks like it worked. Okay, so at least we didn't break anything. That's a good start. And let's see what it made. I don't think I want to commit this sample, but I just wanted to see that it worked. Samples. Yep, there it is. Cool. It works. So this was, what did we do? I guess more system package stuff. Okay, so back to yeah, so is this, can I do this without a thread pool? Can I make a connection another way, perhaps? No, this has a thread pool. That is unfortunate. There's got to be... Let's see, where's the Vapor documentation? Docs.vapor.codes? It's not going to be in here, is it? So I have to make a thread pool just for... just for this. Ooh, that is unfortunate. Okay. Well, we will come back to all that. Oops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Let's do some reading. So this is Point of Reference from the Creative Act by Rick Rubin. Every so often, you hear a new recording by an artist you've been following for a period of time who's breaking strange new ground. It feels odd to hear the work at first. It seems unfamiliar. You have no context for it. You may not be sure you like it. You may even reject it. Still, you're compelled to listen again and again. A new pattern begins to emerge in your brain. What was strange becomes a little more familiar. You start to see how it connects to what came before. It begins to click in your mind, whether you like it or not. And then one day you realize you can't live without it. When a beloved artist thwarts her expectations, or a new artist defies known precedents, it can be confusing. Initially, the work may feel unsatisfying or of no interest whatsoever. Once we get over the hump of adapting ourselves to the new palette, these can end up being our favorite works. Conversely, works we like immediately might not have the same power down the road. The very same phenomenon can happen when making our own work. Oh, that's fascinating. If you're looking for solutions to a problem or a new project to begin, you may react in a strongly negative way to an option that springs forth. This can be when the idea is so new that you don't have any context for it. When we don't have context, new ideas appear foreign or awkward. Sometimes the ideas that least match our expectations are the most innovative. By definition, revolutionary ideas have no context. They invent their own. Wow. When we initially experience the radically new, our first instinct might be to push it away and think, this isn't for me. And sometimes it may not be. Other times, it could lead to our most enduring, important work. Be aware of strong responses. If you're immediately turned off by an experience, it's worth examining why. Powerful reactions often indicate deeper wells of meaning, and perhaps by exploring them, you'll be led to the next step on your creative path. Wow. This is wow. Okay, so let's start at the beginning. So he talks about like listening to new music and how you might not like it right at the beginning. And that makes sense. In high school and college, I found a lot of new music from my sister, and I would listen to it and I wouldn't like it, so I'd ignore it. But then I listened to it a few more times and I started to like it. Um, I think Common Children, I know for sure I didn't like at first, and they were my favorite for a very long time. Did the same happen with Saxon Shore? Oh, that also happened with Sia Rose. I love Sia Rose now. And, back then too. So I feel like that's a common thing that happens, I think. I think people have experienced that. They don't like a band at first and later they do. But I guess the breakthrough that he says is the same thing can happen with your own stuff, uh, which makes sense. If it happens experiencing other people's stuff for the first time, then the first time I make something new, I might not like it either, right? Can I think of an example from my life here where the first time I did something I didn't like it that I made? Um, well, I guess the first time I streamed, but I feel like that was more of a skill issue or like a match issue. Like I was just, what was I streaming? I think my first time I streamed, I was streaming Hearthstone. And now obviously I stream coding and reading. I mean, there's definitely things that I've tried and didn't like, and then later I did. If there's something that I made and then I came back to it in the same version, I still liked it. Yes, actually. In 2013, I recorded a whole bunch of music and it was okay. And then I guess listening to it in my later years, I really like the music I recorded that year. I haven't recorded music in a while. I've been busy with other stuff. So yeah, I can confirm that happens. Where sort of posthumously I've fell in love with some of my own music. Randy says, I like the idea of asking why I don't like something. That's more thoughtful than being reactive. Yeah, especially when it's like a strong reaction, as he says, or powerful reaction. Um, Because sometimes something just doesn't feel like thought out enough. Like if I play two notes on a piano for you, like boing, and then say, "How do you like my piano playing?" I feel like the kind response would be, "Is well, I didn't hear a song yet. I don't hear you playing. There's not much to respond to. You played two notes." Um, Two short ones, in fact, too. So yeah, some things just don't feel uh, fully thought out, and I feel like that's a different kind of response than I don't like it. I guess apathy versus hate, right? Um, I've certainly had strong negative reactions to suggestions for the app from Spouse B that later turned out to be very powerful. Um, I guess in our app we have the why is the simulator not coming up? I mean, we have a tappable map, and I didn't want to do that. Said that's too much work, and now that's like the feature that people love the most, or up there for sure. Be like, I don't have to find where each stop is, and there's like 472 of them. That's that's crazy. Randy says, so if it's a lack of context thing, then maybe sometimes what we perceive we don't like might just be a lack of understanding. Yeah, sometimes. I mean, yeah, if someone says they don't like Thai food, I would be curious to hear, where they got it from. If they went to Thailand and didn't like Thai food, then yeah, I guess they don't like Thai food. But uh, if they have some perhaps underdeveloped Thai cuisine and they didn't like it, I'd be like, well, maybe you just didn't have the good stuff. Um, but there's also, like you're saying, an understanding gap too. If you're not familiar with Thai cooking or Asian or Indian cooking or Southeast Asian cooking in general, it can be perhaps startling if the cuisines that you are familiar with don't have crossover. We don't have context. Yeah, so I guess like understanding, like you're saying, and having context is like finding out more about it. Um, I mean, so I guess there's that movie Citizen Kane that people love, and I'm like, this isn't that great. But apparently, in context of film history, it's a great film. um, so perhaps if I learned more about the film history, I would appreciate it more. Perhaps. Yeah. So there's our own work we can appreciate more later too. Randy says this is very interesting but hard to understand. I've never thought of this before. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many contexts in the world. Like the context of programming is kind of what I talk about most here. And I talk about programming in multiple contexts. I talk about it from the perspective of an iOS app, of an Android app, of the server. And even today, we talked about uh, how it's deployed. We talked about, Docker versus Docker Compose versus Kubernetes versus Vagrant. Um, Kind of giving some context to those contexts of programming. And yeah, that's just that's just the stream. There's there's so many contexts in the world. There's so much I don't know. I've been to all the continents except for Australia, and so I've seen a lot of different contexts around the world, and still there's so much that I don't know. um, but even here in the U.S., there's a lot of stuff I don't know too. I feel like I'm familiar with most cuisines, but there's got to be cuisines that I'm not familiar with. Sports, I guess, is another big context. Books, politics. Um, yeah, it's interesting because in the previous chapter last week, he talked about following the spark of what makes you happy. And this almost feels like the opposite, like having a strong response to be immediately turned off by something. It's like also be curious about that too. Like I love developing, I love building stuff, making stuff one step further. So that would be sort of the ecstatic, as he said, for me in the previous chapter. And then this chapter, it's immediately turned off by. And it's worth examining why. What's something that I'm immediately turned off by? Um, I'm not sure if something comes to mind. I feel like I would like to think I'm fairly open minded and can kind of notice my feelings towards something without having a super strong negative reaction to something new at the moment. But there must be something. Um, I'll have to I'll have to think about it, or more importantly, I guess be aware of it for next time. I love how he says this: powerful reactions often indicate deeper wells of meaning, and by exploring them, you'll be led to the next step on your creative path. Yeah, I think the context of where he put this chapter is super important. It was right after he said, "Follow what makes you happy," and here he's saying, "Be curious about what you're upset about." Randy says, "I think you are more self-aware. You probably ask the why question automatically." I'm not sure if that's true, but I appreciate the positive thoughts. I don't know if I ask the why when I have a negative reaction. I guess usually I notice a negative reaction and just kind of put it aside to receive and listen to what's being presented. And so noticing my negative reactions too, I guess. Instead of putting my negative reactions aside, bringing them with me forward and being curious about them, I think is what this passage would be telling me to do. Which is important because that's if I'm just putting it aside, it's not leading me to my most enduring important work. It's not leading me to the next step on my creative path. Because there's the listening chapter from season 4 where he talks about just listening, like the ear is just present in the world. Uh, the ear doesn't judge; it just reports what it hears to your brain. So that's kind of the approach I've taken, and having a strong reaction and being curious about that. I am That's something to keep in mind. Well, to everyone listening on Apple Podcasts and YouTube Podcasts, thanks for sticking around for Living the Creative Act. We read this as part of the live stream every Sunday, where I do live coding, sharing my how I build my apps on Twitch. And for those of you here on Twitch or on YouTube watching the full thing, let's get back to the coding. Of course, if you have more thoughts, drop them inside of the chat. Oh, this is the CI scripts. This is where we are. Yes, we need to make a thread pool and a event loop group. Unfortunately, I would say I was so excited about going to async await only, and I feel sad that kind of have to go down to the thread pool here. So what does connection param do here? Oh, this is a little thing that I made for myself. Redis? Oh, okay. Yeah, this can all be compressed. I'm trying to think if I had a negative reaction to something recently. Yeah, I guess saving this for the end is nice because I can like think about it to myself afterwards. It's kind of hard to focus on coding after that very powerful passage. What's the next chapter? Non-competition. Ooh, that's going to be a fun one. I know people have had strong negative reactions to me. I guess I'll make a logger. Randy says, yeah, deep thoughts, then back to work. I can see that being difficult. Yeah, I usually try to end at 5. Yeah, I guess the point of this experiment was to see how I feel about working after the passage. Because last week I did the reading right at the end and then ended right at 5 on the dot. And I guess I didn't like saving it to the end when my energy was the lowest. I guess that was the point of the experiment. Maybe we just want one event loop. No, it's fine. Trying everything. Yeah, exactly. I guess this doesn't need to be at that scope. Has no member. Oh, because I have self here. Okay, let's just remove that. And this is imported. It is. Unexpected non-void return value. I got to get going myself, says Randy. Thanks for the stream. Thanks so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so if we make a connection, so should this kind of embrace the event loop future business and then like do the conversions like where this gets called? Oh, I guess we could do it like here. So if this returns an event loop future of what? So I guess right now this is a connection. Ooh, excuse me. Okay, so this part down here compiles. Hmm. Oh, because it has to dot wait. Ooh. I'm going to have to ask for some help for this. I'm not sure exactly what to do with it right now. Okay, but let's see how the build went. No, which is in Firefox. Oh, is it down here? Build did not complete successfully. Have file path expected file URL with path. Yeah, I guess this is like a Linux thing. Oh, we don't have URL request anymore? Oh my. import foundation networking. Okay, so feed.fetch. Yeah, that'll be enough of that for right now. So it's saying you have to import this. No such module. I guess I can say if Linux or something. Then for write sample, it's saying expected string. File URL with path string. Yeah, I guess we want to kind of build this on Linux too. I guess just for a faster feedback. Oh, it's not going to build on Linux directly because we're building it inside of Docker. I see, yeah. Okay. I'm just sad it's going to be like a long feedback loop. Like we're going to have to make this edit, push it, and then come back to it, and it might not even be compiling. Okay, so anyway, file path, file URL with path, build the failed, really. What is the fail? I don't see a fail. Oh. Yeah, we'll comment these out for now. Yeah, just comment everything out. Okay, fine. Did we build? Well, looks like it. Okay, so where else do we say URL? have to do all of these, unfortunately. So sad. File with path, file URL with path, file URL with path. This one. And I suppose this one. Build succeeded, but an error. I get really annoyed when Xcode does that. Okay, let's commit this. Commit -m, file with path for Linux. And let's see how it goes. Let's see, are there any other errors we can take care of? Was never used, that's fine. Okay. Yep, we are building Swift inside of Docker containers because that's how we are deploying our server. So we do have kind of a long feedback loop because on a Mac it just builds because it has all those libraries built in already. But on Linux, a little bit of a longer feedback loop, but that is okay. Just something to work around. Let's see, we are 20 minutes over time though, so I think waiting for this build to go do its thing. Oh, wow, we're okay. Well, let's see what we can fix. That was a very fast failure. The data couldn't be read because it isn't in the correct format. Is that so? Well, we got past this step the previous few builds. So I wonder what happened. This is dump package. Well, let's just run this. See what it is that we get. Maybe we had a, yeah, that worked. If we rerun this step, what do we get? Building. Yeah, it was such a quick error. I do want to see if we can. Did the hard drive get full again? There should still be space. Sunday night, Monday tomorrow. Do you have Monday off? I guess I get to do a little more projects tomorrow since they did give us the holiday. it it failed real fast, but now of course that we're staring at it, it's going to take forever to fail. Let's see. I guess we can go back to it. Yeah, so I guess I just asked in the Vapor Discord on what we're supposed to do with this. Why do I have two of these here? Didn't I just push? Oh yeah, it was like such a weird error. It was like the dump failed. Yeah, why would this not be in the correct format? That just doesn't quite make sense. I guess if I split this up, I can also use the shared runners. Yes, CI work just CI work can just take so long because of these long waits. Did we get past this step? I think we got past this step though. Lapse time 8 minutes. Lapse time 1 minute. Yeah, we got past it. I don't know what happened there, but we got past it. Okay, so if we got past whatever happened there, then I guess we can say this manages its own thread pool just for and I think there's a way to get this. Maybe it says in the documentation. Failed. Okay. Type of URL session has no member data. What? Why not? Feed.fetch.swift. Okay. Let's make sure this works, I guess. Okay, so yeah, I'm allowed to do that. Why are you not here? Oh, I guess I could Google for that error. I guess I should say Linux on here. These APIs aren't fully implemented. This is insanity. This issue was closed. Let's What's the status of this? Open. Oh my. How come this is still not fixed? Sure, I guess I can like it. So if we don't have async await on Linux, then so this isn't really saying much, is it? Oh, this is sour. I have all this work done in Swift, and async await just isn't supported. So I guess I'm supposed to go back to event loop futures. That is sour. Well, let's see what these people did. Looking sharp. Approved. With checked throwing, continuation is universal. I guess I can just show this on screen. Now let's just see what he's saying. He stopped typing too. With throwing continuation. So is it going to be checked or unsafe? He says checked. So how do we do this again? Data task, I guess. Oh, he's saying can't use it on iOS 13 or 14 either. Okay, I misunderstood. Task dot resume. And then how do I get the, it's been a minute. Wrapping the completion handler with this function is pretty straightforward. Pretty straightforward, but still got to do it. Task dot. So I guess I got to like await or something. Hmm. Let's see. Does someone else write something like this? Earl session. This is exactly what I'm looking for. Oh, perfect. Okay, so we put this, oops. Okay. Uh, this is iOS. I wonder if we could do this for Swift or something. I don't know. I guess this is a good enough comment for what's happening. Okay, let's see how far that gets us. Swift test, I guess. Okay. Work around for Earl session dot data on Linux. Async. Oh wait. Okay, so I guess we still need to do the event loop future stuff over here. Let's see, close other tabs. Let's see, async await Swift event loop future. Now becomes, can become, and is there a way to use these two together? Is I guess what I'm looking for. hop. Never make blocking IO calls directly on an event loop. I guess I don't see an exact, I still have to figure it out. Probably gonna be something like this. So I guess if we say dot make promise of data dot self, promise dot succeed with, let's just say, a new data. Yes, this is an event loop future. So how do I convert this to async await? Probably with the checked continuation. So how do I get thread pools to work with this? So I guess where we just were was here. So I did try await on this thing. So this is still an event loop future. Oh, I don't want to return this. I want to return the promise. Oh, that's an event loop promise dot. This is going to be the future result though. So I'm still in event loop future land. Result of call is unused. Let's see, let's make an event loop. Yeah, so what do I do with this future? I don't want to call dot wait. By blocking the current thread until it resolves. Yeah, so I could do that, but then I need to get into the thread pool for the SQLite connection. Currently fumbling my way through. This seems more that's a good point. Yeah, I don't think they're using Neo thread pool in iOS though. Well, let's do the search. Yeah, they're not using that. So this receives the thread pool and it makes a future. Okay, so I guess I don't need to use the thread pool directly. I'm passing it in. So if I say self dot write the feed, when complete, Oh, this will call a result. Yeah, return. Throwing failure. Ah, okay. Let's see, what can I post to Discord to ask a question? Adds an observer. A callback that is called when it's fulfilled. How can I test that this works? Do I have to like write the whole thing out? I guess that means doing a little bit more. Yeah, I don't care about the connection anymore here, I don't think. Let's see what I did in the old version. Yeah, I don't know why I keep the SQLite connection around this long. So I read the file and then LZMA data. Yeah, I guess we can start with just reading the file. Oh, I have this. Non-blocking file IO. Oh, I guess I need both. Oh my. Oh, I see. Thread pool dot start, and on, can we say thread pool dot close? Thread pool dot shut down gracefully. Can I do this here? Okay, let's make this a class. Okay. And then can I comment this out and we'll get the same thing? Build failed is flatamap. Maybe regular map? No. Hmm. Can I ignore it? I don't know if I can. Is I guess what weirds me out. We do want to test this somehow. Oh, right. It wants, feels a little silly. successfully shut down. Whew, this is a little scary. I feel like it's going to be like do a lot of work and not be sure if it works or not until like the end. And I don't like things like that. Oh, I thought we do we not push that up? Feed.fetch. Feed.fetch. Line 37. This is line 37. So it's not seeing this at all? Let's make it explicit. Oh, this is for Earl. Okay. Okay. That makes some sense. Earl request, not Earl. For async Linux workaround. Okay. This part feels weird. Oh, maybe that repo uses event loop futures? I doubt it. Search. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. I need a little bit of help. All right, let's keep that commented out, I guess. Making like a do it method, I think. I am feeling a little lost on which direction to go in. So just trying some stuff out here. Oh. That gets a sweat smile. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, okay, okay. So, That is fantastic to know. I feel like I knew that a long time ago. Okay, well that does clear up a lot. We don't need to sort of isolate this thing anymore. We can okay, and what's going on in our build? Still running. Okay. Convert value type data to close result type. Okay. Is this more of a map then? Okay. Okay. So we want to slurp up that file. We want to say .read and what does this do? This returns yeah, I think here we go. Maybe flat map. There we go. Okay. I do feel like the thread pool probably should be passed in because I don't want to make multiple thread pools if there are more to make in the future, you know? And this dinit shutdown is also a little weird, a little unsavory. Yeah, that's better. Build failed. What is the failure? No such file or directory. Oh, a little, tiny little old typo. Tiny little old typo in the Docker file. Yep. There we go. Wrong path in Docker file. Does this have a logger? It does. Guess we can do this. Kind of right when we're done with it. This is kind of a long method. We can clean it up in the future, especially if we don't need to pass in a thread pool anymore. I guess the same thing here. Okay, so little Nancy. Yeah, we could probably wrap this in something in the future. But for now, let's just keep this stuff together. Oh, this isn't implemented either. Whoops. update the old to-do list. Okay, yeah, there's no way we're getting this done today, but this was fantastic progress. As always, I'll be back every Sunday for more working on stuff. And we're building, or at least building. Yeah, okay, good. Oh, I guess I want to uncomment out that other stuff. That can stay commented out, but we do want this stuff back. Oh, I guess. There we go. But yeah, I do my work with me streams throughout the week on Workdays. Tomorrow is an off day, so I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do tomorrow yet. So I'm not going to promise anything. But thank you so much for hanging out with me. I love sharing what I'm doing. Thank you so much for the keyboard questions. And thanks for the discussion during Living the Creative Act. FullQDeveloper.com has all my open source projects, my apps on the App Store, stuff about the keyboard, my newsletter. Yeah, keep growing.